Okay. Let's see. New system. Let's see if we can get through this episode. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowsky, and today we're going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists of all time. Today we are going to be looking at the art of Sandro Botticelli. Sandro Botticelli, I think one of the great, it's like I'm going out on a limb here talking about Sandro Botticelli being one of the greatest artists of all time. But he really is, undisputably so. The painting we're looking at today, and which we are going to attempt to recreate here, is Portrait of a Young Man Holding a Roundel, which is not one of his most famous paintings, because we'll look at some of his most famous paintings. They're big and they would take 4 or 5 episodes to complete just one of them. They're fairly complex. So that we can do a Botticelli painting, this is about the simplest one that I think exists out there. But I also love it. It also looks a lot like what we believe Sandro Botticelli looked like when he was a young man as well. So it's not quite clear exactly who this person is. Anyway, we're gonna use the outline, which I just created here, and we're gonna transfer that to the canvas in a second. But before we do that, let's just sort of talk about the plan of attack here. I've got a new trackpad instead of a mouse. New computer, finally. So what we're going to do is we're going to get the image onto the canvas. That outline I showed just briefly for a second. We're going to get that on the canvas. I haven't had a chance to do that yet, so we'll do that in real time. Then we're going to stain the canvas with a little bit of color using the Imprimatura, exactly what Botticelli would have used over 500 years ago. In fact, today is his 512th anniversary of his death. Then we'll talk about Botticelli himself, his biography. Then we'll do a little bit of underpainting, just a little bit of outlining with some darker paint. And then we're going to go back and forth in the background, foreground. Today's going to be a longer episode, just no bones about it, no way to get around a painting like this. Is going to take us 4.5, 5 hours to do. So if you're up for it, strap right in. I'm going to be here right all the way from beginning to end. So I look forward to painting along with you guys. If you find today's episode helpful, please consider liking, subscribing, hitting the notification bell, especially if you're new, because I sometimes do bonus episodes. We're going to do a bonus episode on Saturday where we look at your great art. And if you want to leave a donation, there's links down below so that you can do just that. Okay. So our first step here is to get the image onto the canvas. Now we could just sketch this out. I did teach an entire introductory drawing course here on YouTube, and the links are in the description below. But we're going to use a template which I've created. I traced the original image using the Procreate app on my iPad Pro. And I'm going to transfer it onto this 9x12 sized canvas board. Now, if this is a one that I don't recommend, it's not the best version. There are some other ones that I think are better that are linked in the description down below. Let me see here. 1 second. But what I have done, regardless, and what I always do, is I get these canvas boards. You can get them from the dollar store, and then I add more gesso over top of it. Now, we've talked about this in the very first episodes of the Master Study series, so you can go back and watch all about gessoing and preparing the canvas. But it's now got 2 coats of gesso, and I've sanded it down. It's super smooth. And we're doing a painting like this. We want the smoothest surface possible. The more texture, the more difficult it is going to be to do all the little details, especially in the face. Like down here in the roundel, we're going to fudge that. We're not going to get that much detail in there. Okay. So I'm going to put this basically in the middle. What is really interesting is Botticelli added this little kind of, he sort of framed the figure inside, there's like a frame inside of the frame, and he's got his little finger just sort of poking out over top of that little edge, which I think is funny, because I'm sure that's a little bit of little humorous little show of bravura or something, right? To be like, hey, this is something kind of something I can do. I can create the illusion of of this person coming out of the picture. Okay, and then I'm going to use some carbon paper. You can see this carbon paper is well used. So, carbon transfer paper. There is a link in the description. In fact, I just ordered more, or using the link in the description. So we'll see how that stuff turns out. It's actually should be a little bit about this larger than these sheets of paper themselves. So I'm really excited to do that, because this is just from the dollar store. There's 12 of them in there. Okay. So I'm gonna, now that I got that under here, I'm gonna use this ruler just to quickly get my lines on. All the stuff like in the hair, I'm not really gonna be too concerned about getting those lines. Just want to turn my screensaver off here. There we go. Okay. Totally new computer. I have the Mac Studio here, which is a massive upgrade from my nearly 10-year-old iMac computer that was a workhorse for me, and now it's hanging on the opposite side over here. I have like a television studio of monitors and tech and everything all over the place here. It's quite the setup now, and all of that is thanks to your generous donations throughout the past couple of years. So thank you everyone for all of your contributions. That has allowed this channel to really grow, and for me to dedicate more and more of my time to doing this. So I know there's a few people who are regular contributors every month, and especially I really appreciate those of you that have given so much to help get this show off the ground and keep it running. So but even the people that, when people for their first time making a donation, even just a couple of dollars, that also is super helpful. Everything costs a little penny here and there, right? Okay, almost done the body. This is going to be a little bit tricky to paint. Anytime we've got circles, painting circles is tricky. There are certain techniques that artists have come up with using stencils and stuff over the time, but when I was doing the outline for this, I realized that this circle was quite wonky. That it wasn't a perfect circle. So hey, if yours isn't perfect, then you're just like Botticelli, which is not a bad place to be, right? So this figure in here, we'll be lucky if it looks like a face, let alone all these little fingers and things in here. So I'm not too concerned about what goes on down there. In fact, let's just take a quick look. Buttons, buttons. Now we're going to paint over all of this hair, right? So we don't need to do much more than just the outer shape of the hair. And kind of where the hair falls on the face itself. Okay. And then all we have left to do here is just the face. And every time I do this, I think, you know, the face, there's a distortion that happens, and it's not such a bad thing to have a little bit of a distortion. And we kind of get a painting of our own. That arm, right? That's why I always want to make sure, just before I pull that tape off, that there isn't a big thing missing. Looks like just down here. Okay. There we go. So I'll just quickly clean this, move this away, out of the way. And then I also like to keep my outline just a little bit outside of view here, off of camera, so that I can refer to it. I'm gonna just take my pencil and just extend these lines. And I'm just noticing this looks a little bit crooked here. So just in the interest, it's always easier just to do this right now than it is to try to do this a little bit later. Okay. Are we all done? We got that on there? Awesomeness. So let's go to our next step. So the next step, now that we've got our paint on the canvas, or the outline on the canvas, let's put some paint on the canvas. The other exciting thing about doing all of this rearranging in here is everything feels kind of brand new and nice and clean, and well, since I just bumped it and this page came on, what we're looking at here is the list of the actual tubes of paint that I use to do all of these paintings. This is painting 200 or painting episode 222. So we've done at least 220. So you know, there's some episodes where I've done far more than that. So if you want to use the exact brand of paint that I'm using to do this color that I'm about to paint with is the Azo Yellow Deep by Amsterdam. Now, Amsterdam is a relatively inexpensive student grade paint. It's not the best, but we can do great things with it, right? It's not you don't have to pay a lot of money to get going with art supplies. That's kind of how art supply stores would like you to believe that, but it's if you want to upgrade, you can get golden paints, you could get Liquitex, Winsor & Newton, Artist Loft by Michael's Art Supplies, Buzz, Peebo, Holbein, Dial Rounding. Again, we've talked about many of this stuff many times before, so I'm not going to go into it. If you want, you can just sort of go back and pause the screen, write those things down, or you can just watch the intro videos where we go into quite a lot of depth about that. I'm actually just going to dump a bit of water. So what I did is I took my Azo yellow, a little bit bright there, let's see, and I added a little bit of water. Now, as you know, this is the only time I ever put water on my paintbrush when I'm using acrylic paint, unless I'm cleaning my brushes. I think it's the #1, I hesitate to say mistake, because, you know, I don't want to, there's no right or wrong way to use, to make an artwork or to use paint, but there's just much better ways of using acrylic than constant. If you're always dipping your paintbrush into water, maybe you'd prefer to be painting with watercolors than with acrylic, or maybe gouache, because it's sort of, I don't know what the comparison would be, but it's I guess it would be like going to a sushi restaurant and using a fork. You know, it's like, oh, yeah, I guess sure you can do that, but it's, you know, or eating with a fork and knife or something. Be like, oh, well, yeah, sure, but you're not really probably getting the right experience, I suppose. Anyway, let's see. Okay, that looks good. Ready to move on. So we'll let this dry, and while this is drying, we'll talk about Botticelli. Just gotta move everything out of the way here. Okay. Keep looking for the mouse. Where's the mouse? Excuse me. Okay. Okay, so now that we've got our under drawing done, or the image transfer, and then we've got our Imprimatura down here, and let's work on talking about who Sandro Botticelli was. So, oh, I should have mentioned earlier when I was talking about the template that I just used to do this image transfer is available in a Dropbox folder that's free, and you don't have to pay a penny to access it. It's in here in the description below. You'll see, you click on that, and number 126 is our Botticelli painting. You'll see if we click in here, there's the 3 files. There's the original, and then there's 2 versions of the outline. One's a JPEG and one's a PDF. I should just also mention too, you know, if you're new to the show, these are our most basic episodes, and then these are ones where we're sort of applying the principles that we learned in the very first episode. And also strongly can recommend that you join our Facebook group and upload your version of today's painting or anything else you're working on, so that we can celebrate your achievement. It would be great if there was just the whole world was painting and we were celebrating everyone's creative explorations. Okay, so here is the Wikipedia page for Sandro Botticelli, who was born, we think, sometime around 1444, 1446, in Florence, and died around age 65, also in Florence, on May 17th, 1510. Again, that marks 512 years ago that he passed away. So it's amazing what he was able to do over 500 years ago. Some of his paintings look like they could be exhibited in contemporary museums and galleries as we speak. I think what's also interesting about Botticelli is he basically lived his entire life within like a 5-block radius of where he was born and raised. He did do 2 small trips outside of Florence, but beyond that, he spent his entire time in Florence. Now, that is very unusual for today. Back in the day, that was probably quite common. Most people did not travel, like vacation and that kind of stuff is a kind of a more newer phenomenon. But it also speaks to what Florence as a city was during the time that Botticelli was alive. Because Florence, or even if we think of almost all of Europe, was not the way that we think of it today. We didn't have big countries like Italy and Germany and France. You mostly had these small city-states scattered all over the place, like little castles surrounded by a fortress walls, and then you had people living inside the fortress, and you had farmers and poorer people living outside. And these city-states were always going to war against one another, and Florence was one of the most powerful of all the city-states in Europe, and was dominated by the Medici family. Now, there is I've talked about this before. Let's see if I can find it. There is an incredible documentary that you should probably just stop watching this right now and go watch it. It was on PBS, I guess, 15 years ago. The Medicis, Godfathers of the Renaissance. Must watch TV. It'll blow your mind to realize what the Christian church was like during the time of when Botticelli was alive. It was basically like the Wild West, right? We think of the Western as being a very American phenomenon. After you watch this documentary, I think you might think, like, I understand why Italians identified with the Western, the spaghetti Western, because there's something about, especially that era of Italian history, that feels a lot like old Western battles. It's just crazy. So much drama. Maybe we'll talk about some of the great stories that are a part of that. But he's maybe even go back just a little bit further really quickly, it's that Botticelli, he was born again in a sort of a middle class part of Florence, and there was a lot of it was a big textile area of the town, and originally his father was a tanner. So someone that took animal hides and dried them, and also colored them, right? So when you see like leather that is pink and blue, obviously there wasn't pink and blue cows roaming around the countryside. Someone like Botticelli's father would have been the person that would have taken that raw leather and then dyed it a different color. Which, if you ever get a chance, you should go to. Where was it that my family went? Not Algeria, Northern Africa. It just totally escapes me. Casablanca is in what country is Casablanca in? Why do I feel like such an idiot? But there's in Marrakesh, where I went with my grandmother probably a decade ago, you could see actual tanners like dyeing all of these fabrics, and people waist deep in these pools, dipping clothes in, and the clothes are turning all these big bright colors. It is really cool. You also kind of like, does not look like the healthiest kind of activity. So needless to say, I mean, so a few things. Needless to say, that was not a healthy activity, and so probably led to his father dying at a relatively young age. But I think when we think of that, if you can imagine that the impact that would have on a young man or young woman, seeing all those big, bright, saturated colors and fabric transforming from a drab brown into a bright yellow, that would have been really cool. And so that experience of color and the feel, like, just, you could almost feel the color. It's not just some abstract concept. It's something that you can hold, and the dyes and mixing the dyes and all those colors. It's almost not surprising at all that Botticelli becomes an artist after seeing his father having those experiences. So after that, his father transitions into the I don't know if it's the jewelry business, but he becomes sort of a merchant involved in the jewelry business. And at one point, Botticelli himself is believed to have gone into the manufacture of jewelry himself to become a jewelrist, I guess, although that did not last all that long. He studies under this other artist, Filippo Lippi, and let me see if Lippi was one of the great masters in Florence at the time. So it is significant that Botticelli apprentices with this great artist, like probably the greatest painter of his generation in Florence. Again, remember, every town, Naples and Rome and Milan and so on and so forth, would have their own kind of group of artists who would be surrounded by the wealthy kind of city owner, oligarch, I guess you could call it. And so Lippi would have been kind of the best of his time, and Botticelli studies under him, right? So obviously he has some potential there. And what's amazing about some of these paintings by Lippi is how similar they look to Botticelli paintings. In fact, there's still to this day a lot of paintings that are contested between these two figures, right? I think one of the things that is particular about not just the way they're painted, but the way that they paint. Well, so the colors, because he would have learned how to mix colors from Lippi, but I think it's like the way that they draw fingers and noses and eyes. Everyone is kind of thin and tall and kind of lanky figures. So anyway, let's get back to Botticelli, and we'll talk about Lippi in another paint episode here. So, if we look at something like this, they're very similar. Where we start seeing, I think, maybe a little bit more flourish in the hair, and then the eyes really start to kind of take on their own thing. So this is an early Botticelli painting that made him famous, The Adoration of the Magi. And here is Botticelli inserted himself into the side of the painting. And that's not unusual. Like, there's almost every artist inserted themselves into their own paintings at some point, either because they would do that almost in lieu of a signature to kind of sneak themselves into the painting, or sometimes, like in the case of this painting, the owner, the one that commissioned the painting, would have asked him to include himself in the painting, right? Because that was also you know, you can just imagine, just like today, you know, I've had people buy my paintings, and you go in and you see their collection, and they'll walk you through their house, and, oh, here's my Picasso, and you're like, oh, that's really cool. And so they're kind of name dropping and all this stuff, and it's fun for them to point out, oh, not only is that a Picasso, but there's a Picasso painted himself in this painting right there. And you're like, oh, that's kind of cool. So it's the same sort of thing here, because not only is Botticelli painted himself into this painting, but a number of the other figures in here of these villagers witnessing the kind of this early period of Christ. Many of them are also the Medici brothers and other wealthy people in that circle, right? So, I just want to, wow, that is amazing. So we'll see, you know, again, look at the way that he does the hair and the eyes. I always think what's funny about artists is often the paintings they make all start to resemble themselves, and all of these figures kind of look like self-portraits by Botticelli. Let's see. This is, so one of the only times Botticelli left home was to go to Rome to make some paintings for the Sistine Chapel. Now, the Sistine Chapel is famous now for the art that Michelangelo did on the ceiling, but prior to that, the Sistine Chapel had like a blue, like basically looked kind of like a very, like it was painted this sort of cool blue with these cool yellow stars, kind of gold and yellow stars. So it looked kind of like the ceiling of the Venetian Hotel in Las Vegas, if you've ever wandered through there, right? They have this kind of fake sky. That's what the Sistine Chapel looked like until Michelangelo painted over it. But prior to that, Botticelli was commissioned to do a number of paintings for the Sistine Chapel, some of which were painted over by Michelangelo. And here's probably one of the most famous Botticelli paintings, La Primavera, and here's probably the next one, The Birth of Venus. So these are the two by far most famous Botticelli paintings, and maybe one of these days I'd like to do some of this, but you can see there's all these figures in here, which just takes time to do. But what's notable about these paintings is that they depict Greek myths, and that's, you know, that was sort of par for the course to be an artist back in the day. You'd often have people making paintings of various different Greek myths, because that's what a lot of people would have read. Those are the stories. If you went and heard a storyteller or a musician, they would compose songs about these Greek myths. But very shortly after this, I think in 1490, there is a figure that rolls into Florence named Savonarola. And Savonarola was a quite controversial figure. He was this, I was trying to think all day today, who does he remind me of? And I couldn't think of anyone in particular, but he's sort of like a Rasputin kind of figure, or like a combined with Robespierre, who was one of the architects of the Reign of Terror during the French Revolution. So Savonarola is this like hardcore religious figure that appears, and he is very critical of the way that the Medicis in Florence and pretty much everyone that he came in contact with, he didn't feel like they were practicing the tenets of the Bible as written out by God, right? And he was like one of those guys that is by the book. Everything needs, like, that's the word of God, and we have to adhere to the word of God. And one of the things that meant was these types of depictions of Roman and Greek mythology were sacrilegious, were blasphemous. It's like, why are you making these paintings about this, about Greek and Roman mythology, these gods that we've already proven do not exist, when you should be painting and glorifying the stories of the Bible? And Botticelli goes, yeah, you know what? You're right. And becomes an ardent follower of Savonarola, destroys many of his artworks, and starts making very Christian, like paintings that feature Christian iconography, like a lot of paintings of the Madonna and Child, baby Jesus, Jesus on the cross. Maybe we'll see a few more of these as we go forward here. And not only does the content of Botticelli's paintings change from kind of this very popular depictions of Roman and Greek myths, but also his style starts to change too. And it goes from being this very almost Baroque Renaissance kind of, you would say the beginnings of a kind of not photorealist, but an illusionistic type of perspective. But he starts applying more and more of a medieval approach to painting, and we get these much more flat types of paintings. So this is the beginning of the Savonarola era here. I think it's 1490s when he sort of falls under the spell of him. So this is a painting. So again, he dies in 1510. So in about 15 years from here, he's going to be dead. But he's already made his big hit singles, right? The Primavera, La Primavera, The Birth of Venus. I think he makes a painting like this. It's like, this is the kind of thing that would look like if you had said this is what he did when he was 16 years old, before he went to art school or studied under Lippi. People would be like, yeah, that makes sense. But this is not. This is stuff that he's making after, right? So it's really weird. So now we're jumping back and forth in time here. Let me see if we have any of his really late stuff. Some of these, yeah. One of the most exciting things, okay, this is an amazing book. I have it somewhere. There's a really excellent, big, thick book that was produced about 20 years ago that is Botticelli sketches for the Divine Comedy. Let me see. It looks like they have a separate page for it. And when I was in art school, when I was in undergraduate school, myself and a couple of my friends became obsessed with this, and we all went and bought this book, which was like, I don't know, $80, and we all had our own versions of it, and we would carry them around and go to pubs and be flipping. Now that I think about it, it sounds super geeky. But that's, when you're an art student and you become obsessed with some artists, I guess that's what you do. So one of the things that Botticelli does during this era, as he falls under Savonarola's spell, is he tries to illustrate the entire Divine Comedy by Dante. And famously, there's the three sections of the book. And I think he does get, all the way through, but he doesn't finish all of them. So he does sketches for the final third, Paradise, but I don't think that one was, I can't remember which one isn't finished. But they're just so cool because I love painting, but I also love drawing. And here we just see like the raw sketches that he did, the incompleted paintings for these for that book. Okay, I just want to look at it, see if we see a few more. So these are more of the Divine Comedy sketches. You can all check those out, because one of, if you're familiar with the Divine Comedy, it's really the story of Dante, who depicts himself being guided through the 9 rings of hell, going deeper and deeper and deeper down to the bottom, and sort of it's great fodder for an artist to depict all of the nastiness that was imagined to be down awaiting those people who have sinned during their mortal lifetimes. And here's I'm not even sure exactly what part is, but people being chained up and burnt, and it's let's finish off here and just get this painting started. I mean, it's just, what an incredible visionary. Often Botticelli is considered to be part of the early Renaissance, that first wave of artists that begin the whole Renaissance period, as opposed to someone like Leonardo and Michelangelo, who are considered to be part of the high Renaissance. And these distinctions are, like any kinds of historical segmentation like that, pretty blurry. In fact, Sandro Botticelli, he overlapped with Michelangelo and Leonardo. In fact, if you watch that Godfathers of Renaissance documentary, you'll see some excellent, there's a whole, I think the first episode talks about the people that were in the inner circle of the Medici family, and there's written documentation of the dinners that they had, and here's an example of the guest list for those dinners. And these are like almost every single night, because many of them are living inside of the palace complex in Florence. You have Botticelli, who is probably the oldest of everyone there. You also have Leonardo da Vinci is also there. You have Michelangelo, who was kind of basically adopted by the Medicis, and so he was, maybe 12, 13 years old, kind of a fly on the wall to these discussions. The Medicis, who were probably some of the most well-read and educated people of their time. You have Machiavelli is also hanging out there, the famous political philosopher. And you also have Galileo. So you have Machiavelli, Galileo, Leonardo, Michelangelo, and Botticelli having dinner with one another on a regular basis. I mean, when you hear people saying, like, who would you want to, if you could hang out with one person from history, if there was any place I could go, it would be to sit at that dinner table and just listen to what all of those people are talking about. It would have been, I just can't believe that those people were all in the same room. Anyway, that gives you an idea. Botticelli was the kind of the elder statesman of that group. The others were a generation younger than him. And as Florence's power started to kind of wane, many of the others left Florence. Michelangelo famously leaves for Rome and spends a long time with the Pope, especially painting the Sistine Chapel and carving his funeral tomb, etc. Botticelli stays in his hometown and eventually passes away, a block away from where he was born. So, again, this is one of the final paintings that he makes, and it's crazy because you would think this is the painting he made when he was 10 years old, before he went, on to become a famous artist. Okay, let's get. I want to get into the painting, so let's move on now to talk about getting some paint on the canvas. We've got our Imprimatura, of course, but I think we want to do a little bit of outlining as our underpainting. And we've talked about, there's lots of different ways that artists talk about underpainting. But for our purpose here, we're just going to think of the underpainting as doing a little bit of outlining, so that when we do more layers of color, we don't lose those details. So I'm going to put down some paint on here. Again, I just talked about, you can find all of the names for the exact tubes that we're using in the description. And earlier in the video, we showed you on the camera here. Just gonna use my handy okay. And lots of familiar faces there in the chat. Good to see everyone back here again. I'm super curious to know if anyone is going to be painting today's painting, because it's a bit of a challenge for sure. So if you're painting it along with me, especially if you're doing it in real time, it's a great opportunity to ask any questions if you're running into any kind of troubles. One of the things that we're going to be using for today's painting, besides matte medium, is glazing fluid. I like to use the matte glazing fluid as opposed to glossy glazing fluid because I like my paintings to be not shiny. But that's just my approach to painting. Okay. So let's mix up our darkest color to do a little bit of outlining. And to make that dark color, we're going to take our warm red. Take a bit more of that. And our cool blue. Mix that up. And we get this really nice purpley color. And then we're going to take some cool yellow, put that in there, and that's just going to transform this purple into a black. It's going to take all the saturation out. Now it does look a little bit on the brownish side. A little bit. So just add a little bit more blue to it. And there we go. I mean, we could use any color for what we're about to do, as long as it's kind of a little bit darker, right? I mean, if you paint with a yellow, you're not going to see much on this yellow background. But the purpose of what we're about to do is so that we can see our details once we paint some other layers over top of this. Okay, so mostly what I'm just mostly concerned about is preserving areas like where the eyes are, the lips, where the edge of the face is, as opposed to where the hair is. Also, quite frankly, doing a little bit of this is a great little warm-up. I always find, like, you know, if I'm painting a painting and I get to like that final stage where we're doing maybe a little bit of fine details, it can be a little bit tricky, you know. And if you haven't done anything like that in a while, it can be kind of a little intimidating. But if we've done a bit of this earlier on, then I think we just feel a little bit more confident in our ability to get that done. So remember, we're going to paint over all of these details. I just want to make sure that I don't lose where these details actually are. just going to bring that up. Some people just do the whole thing like this. I don't know if that's really necessary, but it's up to you. Like, I think, especially if you've been painting with me for a while, some people just skip right over this step entirely, and quite frankly, when I'm painting my own paintings, I usually skip over this step as well. But I think that's okay. I think I just wanted those little bits there to be preserved. Okay. So let's move on to the next step here. The next step is to start putting some color into the background itself. So let's take a look at the painting and what those colors actually are. So really what we've got is some pretty, some grays and some cool blue. So how about let's start out, we'll just paint that cool blue right now. So we'll take, let's take our cool blue. Let's do that right here. And white. And I'm going to add a little bit of matte medium, just because it's going to make it a little bit thinner. So that I don't get rid of the yellow entirely as much as because I do like that yellow. I painted it there for a reason, right? So I'm also just going to paint a little bit over top of the hair. That way I can kind of get a really nice, if there's any, I can get some hairs that might be a little bit more transparent on that edge. So it's pretty thin. I might do another layer. It's very subtle, or not. I mean, I think it looks a little bit more blue here than it does on camera. But if we see them side by side, it's not super far off. Maybe we'll just let this dry for just a couple of moments, and we'll work on maybe the gray next. So I'm not even going to bother cleaning my brush because we'll have this blue in here, yeah, that cold blue in there. Let's do this right here. So we'll take our white, mix this. I'm going to actually go to a bigger brush here. How dark of a gray do we need? Okay, let's just see. Not bad. So I did paint over a little bit of the lines and stuff. That's okay because it's going to get darker there. I think that's good. Let's do the one down below is even lighter. Okay. So I might redo that one on the side there in a moment, but let's just keep on going. I'm just letting everything dry in stages. Let's do the dark one here next. So this side here is just, I'm just going to take our darkest color and just apply that right on here. So I might have to do a second layer of any and all of these background colors, and that's not a surprise at all. Especially once we start getting a little bit more detail of the figure in the foreground. Okay. Everything's drying nicely. Let's do the same darker color. Okay. And then let's make just a darker, a gray that's darker in between this and this, right? So let's, I want to do it differently. That way I at least have these ones preserved. So, okay. Very quiet chat this evening. Sometimes when it gets that quiet, I start to worry that the feed has stopped, because sometimes we have a very lively chat. The other thing too is we can clean all this up with Posca pens and such later on. If need be. I mean, I don't mind it like this. A few, like, by putting lines in between things, it would definitely make it even cleaner, but that's not bad. Like, if we just look, so actually that looks like it should be even darker. I don't mind it like that, though. Okay. Again, I just think it's amazing that we can do all that without using a single drip of black, right? This is just a gray that we mixed on our own. Paul says, the weather is nice. People might be outside walking. It's true. When summer comes, especially those of you that live in colder climates, the call of the outdoors is too hard to resist, right? Let's just quickly blow dry that here. Okay, I think just while I've got some of this paint on here, I'm just going to quickly do a second layer. Like that even just makes a big difference, really cleans it up. So I'm going to do this, maybe I'll do the, should do the darker one first. I think I have to do mix a little bit more of my dark color. So let's just take some of the blue and red and yellow. Not sure why I'm going about it in this fashion. So now I'm going to have to mix a darker version. Again, I always notice like I'm using this big brush to do this kind of thing. as opposed to tiny little fiddly brushes. The smoother your canvas is, the easier it is to get really nice, long, sharp lines like that. Just wipe a bit of that back. Okay. Yeah, good enough for government work, as my grandfather used to say. There's Carlito and Sandro just popped in, and NN03TT. Ah. Okay. So we're going to move on. So now that we've got the background started, we're going to go work on the foreground, which in this case is our figure, and we'll put a bit of work, and then we're going to go back and finish the background. So for instance, you know, there's this area of the background, a little bit of this outlining, and that sky. All that stuff needs a little bit more work. In fact, actually, maybe I'm just going to do that. Do this bit more of the sky, maybe just right now. This is. I just noticed I still have that blue, and it's on the palette just drying. So might as well just use it real quick here. Again, it's got a lot of matte medium in it to thin it out and make it more transparent, so that we still get some of that glowing yellow from our background popping through, giving that sky some nice brightness. It looks a little gray on camera, but I think In person, that's a really nice blue, so... So, in terms of this painting and the colors, how do we want to approach? So the way that Botticelli's painting is a very traditional way of painting that uses glazes, many layers of paint. And so what we've done is we've got the sort of warm yellow underneath. Now he would have used something a little bit more brownish, but you could see that it's not too far off the underlying color we have down here. You can also see, if we zoom in quite far, the amount of detail and the amount of patience he had. Like all of these, each one of these little things are tiny little brush strokes. You can kind of see, like, they're basically the same sort of thing he did with the eyebrows. He did that all over the face. Now that kind of subtlety takes a lot of time. We're going to try to, I mean, that, and because he's painting in very thin glazes with oil paint, a painting like this could have taken months upon months to create, because basically what you would do is you'd put a very thin layer, you'd let that dry. That could take a week, 2 weeks to dry, and then you do another one. So he's probably working on several paintings at the exact same time. But we're going to try to do this in the next, like, hour in terms of the face. So we're not going to be doing anywhere near the same level of detail. But it is kind of really neat just to look up really close. This is a good high-res image. So what we've done is we've got that yellow down. You can kind of see where it's underneath some of the paint. We can really see it where the hair meets up with the face, or the darker areas meet up with the lighter areas, or those contrasting areas. So, just seeing if there's anything particular about this. What what we're going to do is get a mix of flesh tone, and then we're going to paint it over. We'll do maybe like 5 layers in total, not probably 20 or 30 like he did. Excuse me. Okay. Yeah, let's make a bigger batch. So to make a skin tone, what we're going to do is take our warm yellow. Right, and notice I kind of just moved over here. And then I'm going to take some warm red. Mix that in. That might be a lot too much. I do want it to be a little bit more on the yellowy side. That's okay. A little bit more like that, a little bit lighter. And then I'm going to take some warm blue. So all these are 3 warm colors. We don't need, oh, that was a lot. Let's see, we don't need a lot. Ah. Okay. Now we're going to take some white and mix that in. Oops. not bad. I think we even need a little bit more white. Not bad. Now what I want to do is take matte. Well, I should have done with glazing fluid, but that's okay. In fact, let's take this small brush. Get some of this matte medium on there. It's just gonna make the paint more transparent. Which will allow us to be a little bit careful with how we apply paint. Like, it will allow us a little bit more freedom. We can go very slow. In fact, let's just paint. So that's very thin. It doesn't need to be anywhere near that thin. But it probably gives you a clue as to the way that he would have made this painting. Don't forget to, if you're going to do anything to the face, you want to do the same things to the hands. Okay, so that was very subtle. I'm going to blow dry that, and then I'm going to do this again. We're going to put a little bit more paint into it. Okay, so let's do that again, but I'm just going to go a little bit thicker with the paints, otherwise we'll be here all day, right? Where's my... Now I mostly want to focus with this layer on the lighter areas. Actually, that's pretty dark, so I'm just going to darken over those lines a little bit. Okay. So I'm going to take a bit of this color and maybe move it a bit over to the side here. I'm just going to take a bit of the darker color that I have. So I just took a little bit of my darker blue, or my warm blue, sorry. When it comes to the hands, okay, let's zoom back out. Okay. So I might let that dry for a few moments while I tackle a few other things. Let's say the hair. So I'm going to take this kind of the beginning of my skin tone, which is a bit of an orangey brown, and just take this, I'm going to apply that all over the hair. Now obviously the hair is going to get darker, but you can see the kind of the underlying color of this hair is kind of got this little bit of a reddish quality to it. And you know what, I'm going to take this same color and put it in this area around This little saint down here. Okay. Oh, there's Deborah's watching. Just finished with the grandkids and their music lessons. I'll have to watch the recording later. This is one of my favorite artists. He's so interesting. I agree. I think the next step, let's get the clothing on here. Now that's like a warm purple, meaning it's closer to blue, the warm blue, as opposed to towards the cool magenta. That's one of the weird things about purple. But okay, what a beautiful painting. Just love it. Just sitting here staring at the painting. Let's... I can't tell you how excited I am to have this computer set up. It's been sitting in a box behind me for almost 3 weeks now, and just did not have a chance to set it up, and finally just bit the bullet, because it was more than just unpacking a computer. It was trying to get, because a lot of stuff is sort of hanging from the ceiling and all the cables and ugh. So now that's my purple, and I love this purple, but that's gonna be a little intense if I paint that on there, right? There's no way that color is there, right? So what I need is another darker color that I can use to modify this, and just to kind of take some of the punch out of that saturation. So let's just clean that off a bit. I just need to, I'm going to mix my dark color again. So here's my warm red and my cool blue. Make a big nice batch of this that we can use for the rest of the painting. Starts off purple until we add our yellow. It's a little bit red right now. That just tells, or a little bit brown. That just tells us we need a bit more blue. And there we go. So now we can take our dark color, mix it in here a bit. Notice I'm not putting all of it in there. I'm going to take a bit more of my blue as well. Because there's also warm red in this color too, right? So I want to still keep it a little bit more on the bluish purple side. The other thing is, so I could just paint this whole area this color, but then I'd lose all of these details here. So I'm going to instead use this color to paint at least primarily the darker parts. Now you notice this color is pretty transparent. So we'll build it up. And then I'm going to add a little bit of white to it. So now kind of like what we've done is added gray to this purple. Now that's a bit too much white. It's okay, but not what I was hoping for. We'll make it work. If anything, maybe it's a good thing because we kind of would want almost a little bit of this in the black as well. Actually, I'm just going to paint it into the black. Okay, and then I'm going to take that little bit lighter color. Right, so it kind of looks kind of messy right now. Not surprising. That's just the way that the painting will look at this particular stage, right? You notice I've also gone a little bit over my edge down here. That's okay. We can clean that up later on too. Okay. While that's drying, let's do the Roundel. Let's take basically a brown, but with more blue in it. So it's basically like a red. It goes on a little bit darker. I mean, I made it a bit of a brown, but because there's that warm yellow, it's just going to kind of appear to be a little bit darker than it would if we painted this onto a white background. And it will get darker eventually as well. That sort of gold kind of color is our warm yellow with some white, basically kind of a grayish alright, so I just took my dark color, add a little bit of white, and then mix it right in. And then the last thing maybe just his collar, and then we'll have gotten all the color on here. So the collar, I'm actually just going to take more of this white and mix it in with that color we had there, just so I don't have a pure white going onto the canvas. I always reserve black and white for the very, very end. Which I know is different than some people. Some people would say, I had an instructor who would say you want to put your darkest color down and then your lightest color down. So, you know, there's two ways to do it. I'm going to put a bit of this white, or slightly off white, into the eyes now. Oh, and those clothes. What a weird little thing down there. Let's take this purple, mix it into the brown we were just kind of painting with. Now I know there's a hand here. I'm just going to paint over it for now, and then we'll see about bringing it back later. In fact, okay, so I'm just going to blow dry things, take a sip of tea. So one little thing on this canvas, it's a little rough on the bottom, so I'm just going to sand that down now. I'll also show you down here, these canvases stuck together after I gessoed them. I'm just sanding that acrylic, getting rid of some of those hard edges here. Because I plan on repainting, maybe a little bit. Now I do. Now I will have to. That area in a step not too far from where we are here, but just trying to think if there's more I want to do at this stage here. I think I'm going to do a little bit more. What should we do a little bit more of? Oh, Paula says the music stopped. Let's see. There we go. Thank you, Paula. That time the music actually did stop. New computer. Haven't. I'm surprised that's the only sort of major glitch. I had a few problems getting the HDMI set up. Okay. Anyway, let's. Might be more satisfying to get this body starting to kind of appear down here. So let's do. We're gonna do our. Let's do some highlights. This time we're gonna use our glazing fluid. And yeah, let's do. So we'll take our purple here and some white. I'm just going to use another brush just to kind of blend things in a little. See, it's a little bit too light, so let's just take a bit more, the darker color in here. Have to wait for that left side to dry a little bit more to get it back to this level. I'm going to paint over what was here. I'll still be able to see a bit of it. Okay, I gotta blow dry that. So I'll keep that. Basically, what I've just done here, this will now be like my lightest light highlight on the clothes. Everything else is going to start getting darker and darker on top of it. So let's even start going into that direction now. So This is the area we had some white in here. This is our darker kind of mid-range value. Let's put a bit of glazing fluid on it. Actually, I should blow dry this as well real quick. Okay. So I'm just using a softer brush. I do have a brush that's made specifically for blending. It's a mop brush. It actually looks like that when it's brand new. This is brand new. This is after it's been used quite a bit. See, it kind of fans out. So those brushes are used for doing blending. But I'm just going to use just a simple brush that I've got here in my kit to do it, because it does just as good as a job. If anything, sometimes you want one that's gonna have a little bit of a narrower, what would you say, like, it's not quite as splayed, so it's just gonna have a little bit more of a nuanced effect. I just noticed this color should be right in here. I never noticed that before. Remember, when you're glazing, you just gotta be patient. You gotta let things dry, and then when they dry, then you can paint more on top of them. It's a bit of a slower approach to painting, but I think the results, you actually ultimately have way more control. So let's blow dry all of that stuff we just did. Okay, let's just keep on going. We can even get darker. I'm just going to go down here. We'll see if... Now I know the fold is different here on the, I guess technically his right arm, but our left, it appears to be more on our left. I might just kind of leave it like that for now. Okay, I gotta blow dry all that. I'm just going to take even more of my darker color. Hopefully I don't have to do too many more layers here. down into the deep shadows here. Okay, let's take a bit of that and kind of add a little. We'll let that dry for a few minutes and come back. Just adding like a little bit of precision. Now these little buttons. Actually, you know what? Before I do buttons, I want to blow dry that. Actually, I want to do a bit of highlights. Okay, so let's go the opposite direction. Actually, I should blow dry that. His shoulders kind of come up a little bit higher than it was in the original, but that's just something that sometimes happens. It's okay. So I'm just mixing a bit of, I just took the same color, added just a little bit of white and mostly glazing fluid, just so I can do a couple of little highlights on here. I'm going to start with the edge of the jacket here. Just gotta let that dry. I'm gonna blow dry that. Pascal and Deborah are talking about meeting up and going to the National Gallery of Canada. That's awesome. It's weird, it's created this little gap there. Let's let that dry. I just keep on fiddling with this thing. Look at that. So okay, I think I'm just going to move on from that little area which has been sucking me into its grasp here. I know this is a pretty minor part of this painting, but I don't know, it's like little parts. First of all, there's not that much more to this painting but beyond the clothes and stuff here, so it's kind of important that we nail this. But it's just also good practice just to, you know, practice blending and doing clothing textures and folds. I might leave that. Do I want to do this over here? There is still lots of shadow work that we could be doing in that. So actually I gotta blow dry that. I see a couple questions about the brush that I'm using for blending. Is just a very simple square brush here, or a flat. It's, you know, I use this. I was painting the background with the same brush. I do have brushes meant specifically for blending. These are my mop brushes. That's what they're called. They're actually technically made for watercolor, but you can use them for acrylic. And this is what it looks like after you've used it for a while. This is what it looks like brand new out of the package. So you can see they open up, they bloom the more you use them. So I use those, but I also, these work just as well. And sometimes I like them better for doing very small, narrow little areas, because I can sort of do a little bit finer blending than I can do otherwise. So I'm just darkening the darker side of these buttons. I've even made them a little bit more prominent than he did. Mostly just out of convenience, just because of how difficult it is to what am I just talking about? Oh yeah, I just made those buttons kind of pretty simple. Okay, so I think the clothing is done by this point. The one thing, whenever you're using a blending brush, you'll find that the paint is going to starts drying on the tip of these brushes. So if you're doing a lot of blending, especially if it's kind of thick and wet, you want to clean your blending brush as well. Otherwise your blending brush will turn into like a comb and you'll start scratching paint away as opposed to blending paint away. Okay. So let's go back to the skin, the flesh on the face, and the hair. So we'll do face and hands, and then we'll do the hair. Actually, you know, it makes me wonder if I should do the roundel first. Let's blow dry that. Okay. Still getting all the settings on this computer set up. I literally only unboxed it last night at like midnight, so it's still... You probably saw it flashing a little bit there. That's because the computer was trying to go to sleep and was trying to put the display to sleep. So we'll do the roundel here. So we're talking tiny details. Like that's one of my fingers. So we're not going to get a lot of detail in this little area here. We'll do our best. We could use Posca pens and things. I just want to sort of fudge the fact that there's some kind of a figure here, and that it's a religious scene here. So getting those fingers, that's going to be a big trick. Maybe I should even try to do those fingers first. Just using my flesh tone here. Get a bit of white for those eyes. It's gonna bring this beard and attaching that to the face. What color should I, what color were we using for that? Let's take our dark color. I need to make another brown, so let's take some warm red. Let's see if I can get away with some warm yellow. Put this in here. Let's take a bit of white. Looks like it needs a bit more of a yellow cast, or kind of greenish cast. Now it's way more in the other direction. But actually not that far. And I kind of like a little bit more color here. The original's pretty subdued, so. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna paint this whole thing. This is kind of just a muddy color. Muddy, cool blue, greenishness. Now, actually, let's blow dry that. Okay, so let's take some, I just took a bit of glazing fluid here. We'll take this same color, add it to this. Take a bit of yellow on there. And a bit of white. Oops, that was a little bit too much white. But maybe it's good to add a little bit of white because we don't want to spend too much time in this little area here. Okay, let's blow dry that. Let's take a bit more of this yellow. And as a blending brush, I'm just going to use a very small little brush to do any little bit of blending. It's blow dry. So I'm going to go the opposite direction. Oops. Getting a darker color on here. I rarely do blending at this scale, so this is pretty tough. Okay. So now I'm just going to do kind of the fingers and face again here. Let's do the opposite flesh tone here. Actually, you know what? Let's put some glazing fluid on here. You know what? I should blow dry that first. Okay, I think I'll finish the rest of the details of the face when I do that with the rest of the larger figure. And excuse me. Let's do the Roundel again. I need some more warm yellow. So this is my warm yellow. I'm adding a bit of my black to it and white. So sort of like a grayish warm yellow. Tiny bit of glazing fluid just to keep it kind of moist. It's a bit on the brighter side, so let's use this for the, oops. You know what? I'm just going to use this. I'm going to put a coat of this down everywhere. Getting bigger and bigger as I paint it. He keeps widening and widening. Which it looks like happened to him as well as he was painting it. It kind of got a little bit misshapen. So as I say, if yours gets a little bit wonky, hey, you are in great company. Okay, so that's my kind of my base layer of that. Let's do the interior red area next. Let's take our warm red. We take a bit of warm blue, which is across, not quite across the color wheel, but it's just going to make this a bit more of a darker brownish red. feel like when I'm doing any kind of circle work, it's just like, this is what you spend most of the time doing, is just trying to get it even. And even then, that doesn't feel too even. So that's kind of, those are all my local colors in there. Let's just blow dry that. I'm not sure I fully understand the logic of the shadows and highlights that he's painted on here. let's, I want to kind of move on from this thing ASAP, but I still want to, we need to get a little bit darker and a little bit lighter. So let's take our warm yellow and white. And some glazing fluid. I'm just going to blow dry. Whew, okay. Yeah, let's do the face. So what we did previously was we mixed this flesh tone. We still have some left. Is that going to be enough? Let's make a bit more. So we're going to use our warm yellow, a little bit of warm red, and even less warm blue. That actually gives us a good darker value to make a white. Let's stick a bunch of white here, or to the highlight. Okay, I'm kind of rushing a little bit, so I'm not going to get... certainly, again, this would have taken him probably a couple of months to do that face. Again, he might paint for 5 hours and then have to wait for a couple of weeks, and then paint 5 hours, wait for a couple of weeks. So we're just going to try to do it all in the next 30 minutes. We've got a pretty good beginning started here, though. So I'm almost... I think I could probably just leave the forehead, the base value there alone. That's actually not bad. Really, now that I'm looking at it a bit more, I think we're just going to really add highlights and shadows here. So let's go to our darker value. Let's take this. Let's get a bit of the glazing fluid mixed in there. Let's take some of our darker color. Let's even add a bit more blue, because that blue will kind of deaden the brown a little bit. It'll just make it much darker. Right, so now I'm just using another brush as my blending brush. Didn't like what was going on there, so just wipe it away quickly. What's going on here? It's going to put a bit more glazing fluid in there. I'm not sure. Wasn't blending very well. Okay. Paula says the news said you're going to the moon with the Japanese aircraft. When will it happen? We'll see if that ever happens. That's, I think, well, you know, I mean, yeah, it'd be great. I won't get my hopes up anytime soon. It's supposed to happen in the next couple of years, but I don't think, yeah, we'll see. Let's get it even darker here. Let's just take even more. Whoa, that's a lot. You know, another big feature of Botticelli is this sort of outlining of the facial features like this, like the eyes. We'll see, you know, as the Renaissance progresses, the sfumato technique, sfumato being this very soft blending, the lack of edges, is popularized by Leonardo. Leonardo and Botticelli overlapped. They met each other. They had dinner with one another. They slept in the same building. But Leonardo would have been younger, from a slightly younger generation, and probably saw this technique that Botticelli is using is a little bit of an outdated holdover from the medieval era, and probably was reacting a little bit to it in his own work. And as time progresses, Botticelli sort of embraces that technique for a little bit, tries it out, sees how it works, and then, as we talked about earlier, eventually comes back, or even goes even further back. Not even comes back. He goes to his old style, and goes, or to the medieval style, and then goes even further backwards. I don't even say backwards, as if. But he really embraces techniques that were totally out of vogue by many of his younger contemporaries, which I think is just really interesting, fascinating. You know, like, he's kind of at that stage of his life where he doesn't really care. And he's like, I'm just gonna do this thing. I kind of like it, and it's my style. I'm not gonna make any apologies for it. Okay, let's get a little bit of warmth on here. Let's take a bit of warm red and some glazing fluid here. It's probably way too much. Let's dilute that significantly. Okay, I gotta blow dry all that. Okay. It's got to clean some brushes. I'll go the opposite way and get a bit of light back. Even put a bit of that highlight right on the forehead here. Okay, blow dry again. Let's get these eyes. They're... what color is that? Like a dark, warmish green or something. going to take some pure black. Maybe let's start painting this hair. We've kind of left that quite late in the game here. So let's take our, where can we do this? Let's do this down here. So warm yellow, a bit of warm red, a bit of warm blue. So we got a brown. The more warm blue we put in here, the darker brown we're going to get. So what I'm looking for here is shapes in the hair. Now again, he's spent a long time doing details in here. We're not going to spend nearly enough. I want to be wrapping up in about an hour. So you see, like, there's still work I want to do on the face, but at some point, it's hard to really see what needs to be done there when the rest of the head, particularly the hair, is not complete. It's very hard to see the face and ignore the effect that the color from the hair and all that is having on there. So I always tell people, if you're really struggling with a face, stop working on it and work on the surrounding area, like the hair, because usually that's probably, it might not be the main reason why it doesn't, maybe, you know, if the eye is not right, just fixing the hair is not going to solve the problem. But you may realize, well, actually, you know what, that eye is not such a big deal. Now that I've got a bit of the hair painted in there, it's kind of pretty hard to like see the problem that you previously could not ignore. So let's blow dry that. So I'm gonna glaze the hair just to speed things up. I'm gonna use a dark color. Take a little bit of brown in there. So I took my dark color with glazing fluid and let's do more of that. Ah, man, I look at the subtlety that he's got in his versus mine, and it's kind of upsetting. But there's a reason why he is seen as one of the greatest artists to ever live. And he also spent a lot longer on his painting than I will have eventually spent on mine here. I'm probably going to start wrapping up here pretty shortly. I mean, one of the things, like, as I'm painting this, I look at it and I'm like, this is really turned out really well. And then I look at the original and I'm like, oh, that doesn't look anything like that. And that happens a lot, right? And so at some point, it's just be like, you know what? I could spend the rest of my life trying to hammer this square peg into a round hole, or just appreciate the square peg for what it is and allow it to just be what it is. So I think we're getting closer to just allowing it to be what it is. I do want to just add a bit of warm yellow with a bit of flesh color. Just to get rid of some of the intense white that we had in a few places. Yikes, it looks very yellowy on camera. It's nowhere near like that in person. I gotta play with the color settings on these cameras a bit. So you can see, like, as I'm getting closer and closer to being done, I'm barely glancing at this original artwork here, except for like little things with like shadows and highlights and where exactly those are, because less and less of that information of what's originally there is helpful to me. So up close, I think I'm not so happy with the way that looks, but when I back out a little bit, I feel a lot better about it. I forgot to do the hands in this other figure down here. Darn it. Here I was thinking I was getting pretty close to being done. Then I'm like, no, I'm not. Still got work to do down there. Okay, let's try to hammer this out as quickly as possible. I always think sometimes, someone tuned away just as I was working on the hands like an hour and a half ago, and they're like, he's still working on the hands? Oh my goodness. Well, I've done a few other things since then, but blow dry this. Yikes, I'm not happy at all with these hands. That's just not my finest work. That's upsetting. That is just weird looking hand. So I'm just trying to thicken those fingers potentially. Man, oh man. That is This is... Okay, well... Okay. So I'm going to move on to some okay, so I just want to do a quick little bit of finishing touches and then we'll be done for the night. I want to just do a little bit of work on the background here, clean up those, and then I think we'll be done. Like, I might do a little shadow underneath that finger, maybe a few little dots inside here. So let's take our black, we need to make a bit more. Oh, another fun little fact about Botticelli is his neighbor was, how do you say, Amerigo Vespucci. Vespucci is the person that America is named after. So it's like small world. Vespucci grew up to be a sailor and obviously left an impact on the rest of the world with his name. So as I said, Botticelli seemed to kind of find himself always surrounded by very interesting figures. It's kind of like a Forrest Gump kind of like character who had a lot of random encounters with random historical figures. Now let's do let's do this with the white. So I'm just cleaning up all of this stuff here at the bottom. Ooh, that just makes a big difference. Nice and orderly. That makes, I mean, even almost makes the finger look better, just because now it's the area around it is cleaned up. I don't know, it's just a weird thing, painting in general, isn't it? Okay. And just this little outline up here needs to be done. Yeah. To make more black for that little bit. Ah! Just gonna blow dry all that. Okay. oddly enough, like just doing a little detail like this, or all of this background stuff that I've been doing, really makes a huge difference. It really tightens everything up right at the very end, which is what we want. I'm going to use a bit of a Posca pen here for these details in the roundel. Okay. I get a little bit of that shadow there, so let's get some glazing fluid on there. Blow dry that. Okay, I think I have to get ready for... Whoa, okay, yeah, I gotta go. Gotta go. Okay. So, today, time now to do a little side-by-side comparison. Take a look at how they look and just evaluate today's episode. So if you found today's it all interesting, you're still watching, you gotta like, subscribe, hit the notification bell so that you know when the new episodes are coming. We're doing a special one on Saturday this week. As well, if you want to leave a donation, there's links in the description to PayPal or my website. You can join the Facebook group, contact me through there. So, let's look at this side by side with that. Well, there's a reason why he's one of the greatest and why I'm not. There's a few things going for this. In fact, I forgot to do the collar there. Little details here that I'm not super happy with. In the face, some of the glazing. Yeah, this one is a bit of a disappointment. I'm really happy with the shirt and the background. Overall, everything I think looks pretty good on its own, but you know, in comparison to the original, it's kind of frustrating, a little disappointing. Even the eyes here appear to be sort of looking kind of almost towards us or over our left shoulder, whereas in his, they're sort of looking maybe a little bit towards, you know, our right shoulder or something, right? So even that, you can see even this little, it looks like he's almost got a little mole right there that came out. So there's a bunch of things here that I'm not super happy with, but it is what it is, and we got to move on. So thank you everyone for tuning in, for watching, and we'll see you on Thursday, where we're going to paint Washington Crosses the Delaware, and a very, very famous painting in American art history. We're going to do a little twist on it, so we'll talk about that when we see you on Thursday. Thank you everyone, and we'll see you again then. Have a great night, and we'll see you again soon.